Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of our Magpie development for Budgie 11. So this is going to be part of my Building Budgie 11 series, which will be a long-running series that goes on until, well, I suppose Budgie 12 really, so years. In the last stream, we worked on some initial bits related to KConfig, which is a KDE framework for configuration. So working on integrating that into Magpie, which is a Mir-based compositor for our Budgie 11 desktop, if you're not familiar. And we struggled a little bit, I will admit. Some of the documentation related to KConfig isn't exactly how I would like it, in the sense that it's missing a lot of details, like, you know, how can I take an arbitrary array of X, Y, and Z and convert that dynamically to a particular data type. But maybe some of that's a little out of the scope for KConfig XT. We'll see. It handles a lot of the base types really well, but I'm not sure about the custom formatters and data types. So if I go to my desktop here, you can see I've decided for this stream at the very least to use Z. Cursor was just it was doing a little too much, and I decided I wanted something that was a little bit more pared down, maybe a little bit more optimized as well. So back to using Z. I'm bouncing around like a pinball between IDs. I've been maining Cursor for a while, but off stream, I worked on something called Mir event modifier. So this is inspired by, well, it's a standard way of doing enums, and then I learned about Q flags, which are basically a way of doing like the bitwise stuff with multiple enums. So all this is sort of yoinked from the Mural toolkit definitions. If I can find it here, it's somewhere. I think I might have grabbed it from one of their headers, where they define a bunch of enums, and then I have the definition for a QEnum, and then I have some conversion stuff. I don't know if it works yet, but I started integrating this because my idea was like, well, let's have a sort of quote-unquote Q native type for this. We'll see how well that works out in practice. Probably not well, but you know what? Let's hope for the best and expect the worst. So we have some events where we could convert to and from Mir, at least, you know, that's my idea anyways. So we have like these new conversion functions here, and then we have sort of our classical things, which are like these were taken from, actually I guess I don't really need to document that, but these were taken from breakpoint stuff. Ooh, I haven't used Z in a while. We have our conversion stuff here. If I go over, I could show on Forge what I took inspiration from here. It's funnily not. Here we go, like this. Budgie desktop services I have in my source here, and I'll zoom in as well. I have in outputs config, I think. Yeah, output config enum. I have these header files here, where you can see I do a pretty similar thing. I don't actually do the Q flag stuff, because in terms of these anchors, for our particular purpose, they don't need to be Q flags, which I'm learning new things about Qt every day. So if I pull that up, you could see some of their documentation on that. And they describe that it's a template class where the enum is a enum type, and basically it's just used for being able to store multiple enumerations. So it was like the OR combinations or the AND ones. So we'll see if that works. So my line of thinking is that we will go ahead and in our main here. So I actually, stepping back in my keybind, I updated it to use these modifiers. So these are like the definition of the Q flag, so it allows you to store multiple. And then I started I updated the functionality here for our set combination for our keybind. So it will first default to none, and then it will iterate over each key in the combo that we've defined in our config. And just as a note here, I like this keybinds note thing, very unofficial thing, and it's not going to be committed. And I know that because I'm going to literally right now add it to docs/keybinds notes.txt because not necessarily something I need to commit. But my line of thinking is, so this is admittedly inspired by the format used by K Global Shortcuts RC or something, where they define it. So I think it's either that or like the Quinn, but I mean, it's a pretty standard ini thing. There's only so much you could do with the ini format, which is kind of why I like TOML and prefer TOML. Because in a TOML format, I would do something like you'd have an array of them, right? So each one of these would be a keybind. So you'd have something like this, and then you'd have like name equals, or like key as an example. Key equals open Firefox, and then you would have the like name itself. So you'd just be like open Firefox or something. Open Firefox, you'd have the combo, which would be, you know, Control plus Alt plus B, and then you'd have the command, which would be Firefox. So that's how I would do it in TOML, but in any you sort of need to do like this this separation by, well, I mean, you could sort of do any sort of delimiter, but I'm using a comma here. You could, I would maybe also consider a pipe, but we'll go with this for now. So that was my line of thinking. So I iterate over the combos, and then I convert it to from a string. And if it's not none, so basically we determine that it is something, right? The person isn't adding an invalid thing. Then we add it to our modifiers. And I'm terrible with the bitwise stuff, so I have no idea if it'll work. But I guess we'll find out. So that's for those modifiers. I think I might be missing the key here. Where if it's none, I might actually do it where. So if I do something like this, else, we'll say this is the key. M key equals key. Else if M key is empty. Now we'll do that. So if it's an empty string, which it should be by default because we're constructing it as an empty string, then it will set it. Otherwise, it just won't bother. So this does prevent you from doing something like Control Alt B, I don't know, BLT, right? Bacon, lettuce, tomato. Well, that sounds delicious. But I think most people end up with a keystroke where it's like one or two modifiers and then the key. Unless you're on Mac OS, in which case enjoy the gymnastics of like Command, Option, Shift, and then the key, because it's Mac and they hate people. No, because they're weird. So we'll see if that works. And then I have this. I have to actually do the integration work in my main. So this, for those who are unaware, is literally just a build out from their tutorial, from the Mir tutorial, which is excellent, by the way. I highly suggest that if you are interested even a little bit in building Mir or building Wayland compositors, take a look at the Mir documentation. I've been very happy with it. So I have like this built-in keys function, and right now it's sort of doing this. If it's not a down event, then it returns false. So there's that. And then we started working on like all this stuff where we iterate over our keybinds. Or we attempt to find the keybind. So we iterate over our keybinds, and then we get the modifiers. And if there's modifiers, then we had like this debug thing where if the modifiers were equal to this one, but of course this isn't going to work directly because these are the mods provided by that. So what we actually need to do is convert this. We'll do this to, actually, we don't want to do it here because these mods are always going to be the same. So we're going to do auto q mods is equal to q mir event modifier from mir, where we're going to do mods. So if these are equal, then we would want to return the match and perform the action. But for now, it's just all this gobbledygook. So yeah, if I go to config, and I will increase the font size here. Say config, I meant code. So I have a task file. For those that aren't aware what a task file is, it's just a definition for a task system that allows you to, well, I could just show you. That allows you to run particular actions, have dependencies, that sort of stuff. It's, in my opinion, like a more ergonomic way of doing the old-fashioned make files, right? Where you'd have a bunch of different make recipes. So we have a task file here, and I have one called task run. Well, it's just called run, but you do it with task run, where I have a bunch of debug for Qt for my logging, and then I set a Wayland display as a different socket, because otherwise it won't start, because it will default to Wayland tac 0, which is the current socket, which is what my Budgie desktop is running on here. So we can't do that. So I'm going to build. It will probably fail because I don't actually think I've included, or did I include it in here? Forget. I also was like farting around with doing Clang, like adding the Clang format here off stream, so that way I don't have to have that way I can like consistently define and not necessarily rely on a task file. And this is particularly useful because in my settings for Zed, I have it set to run the Ninja format thing. Yeah, so as expected, it failed. It's probably because, well, for starters, I didn't actually include. I included it there, but if I open this up, yeah, I didn't include it here. So we're not. What is it? What? Can I turn off AI stuff here? Like, what is Applet Manager? Stop it. Why does it keep on, what the hell? Just turn off, oh my, suggestion. We have Copilot suggestion. Copilot, enable next edit suggestion. False. Oh, it's not actually letting me, oh, these are the default settings. So I need to open up Copilot. I guess I need to copy this into my settings. Open settings file. Where let's see, do I have a Copilot definition here? No, I'll put it next to agent. Well, I'll do this false. Property Copilot is not allowed. Okay, well. Can I just open up the normal settings then? AI. Disable AI. I don't want to wholesale disable AI. What I do want to disable is we have modifier keys, we have context, show edit predictions. There, we'll do that. Get the feeling that might be what we're talking about here. So if I go back to it now, okay, it's disabled. Oh, good. Right, enum/q input q mir input event modifier .hpp, and we'll run the task build here. All right, so built. Sipping my coffee there. Let's do a test run. See what happens. So I am expecting... So I actually, funnily enough, if I open up... Can I open up a particular file? Great. Portal request failed on ZBus error. Docs. So it's failing to open up the Flatpak portal. Don't provide a file picker. I mean, we definitely have portal stuff, so alright. I'll just Z things. I mean, it's my mistake for running this in a freaking Flatpak to begin with. Anyways, what was I actually going to do? I'm going to do this. .config. Oh, yeah, I really got to disable this in console. I know, Budgie desktop. Actually, no, it's actually just this. And you can see I have this, well, you probably can't see because it's so small. Let me... ls Budgie star. You can see we have this Budgie desktop Magpie RC. This will eventually be moved into the Budgie desktop folder and just changed to Magpie RC, but I was just trying to get something working. If I cat the file though, you could see, well, one of these is dead, which is Keybind. Let me actually modify that. So there we go. So in theory, our Control-Alt-B should get loaded in. And actually what I'm going to do, because I really want to see if this works properly, we write it out by default. So a write entry here, I'm going to just turn that off and see if it's able to actually read the entries properly. Because in theory, if I do this, qdebug, ooh, actually, that reminds me, we have this toString on from string. Yeah, so I'm curious what this is going to output for the modifiers. Let's see. Because, well, untested, right? I haven't used it with Q flags before, so I'm going to say adding keybind.getName. So that should be like, I think the name will end up being test, I think. Adding test with combo keybind dot get modifiers dot, actually it should be, so get modifiers is returning our modifiers here. Have a static toString of modifier. So I have to do the Q event modifier. Right, so we'll do this. Immediately this is gonna hurt my brain if I don't have it like this. So I'm gonna from string, like so. It is complaining that the, oh no, it's toString. Derp. All right. We have that, and action is going to be the keybind.get actions. So this should be a qstring list.join. We're just going to have it be white space. So something like that. And it looks like I might actually need to modify my Clang format to not have such big lines. Although if it's probably okay on my normal font size. Actually, what column? What does it say? 94. If I go to this, I would say, oh my god, am I actually an 80 column enjoyer after all? What the hell? There's no way. Because if I do this, copium, not 91. Okay, so I'm not 80 columns. So I'm going to change my Clang format here. So we have this column limit here. We're going to drop that down to 120, 110. We'll do 100. 100, you know. There we go. Oh, look at that beautiful alignment. All right. No task build. Well, that's because I'm in the wrong directory. Do task run. So this should spit out a lot of stuff, which is okay. But if I go all the way up to the top, we should see, so it's starting, yada yada. Oh, here it is, right here. So adding keybind, key modifier control, alt, and then adding modifier B, which that's just iterating over. Where is it iterating over? I think that log is actually in this, in our keybind here. Yeah, so that's just us iterating over each key that we receive. So this is saying modifiers Q blah 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 with none. Okay. So it seems like this isn't working. Am I doing the Q flag stuff incorrectly? Let's see. Because, you know, let's see, perform a bitwise and with mask and stores the result in this Q flags object, returns a reference to this object. Okay. Because I don't want it to be an or. I want it to be like it has to be control and alt. So so if it's not none, all right, well, so this from string. So what is the mod then? So this should be, if I look at this, control would be mod. Yeah, it could be that our toString isn't working. So from Latin values to string static int value. Oh wait, no, we want this from string. It's none. Do meta okay. We'll do if okay. Q debug. Got value for str2 Latin const data. Else you debug did not get a value for this. So if it's okay, we'll log that, otherwise that. Task build. And then if I scroll all the way up, all the way past all this, we have adding modifier got value for control. All right. Got value for alt. Did not get value for B. Cool. So we get that far. So we are converting it from a string correctly, as far as I could tell. If I go keybind, it has to be related to this. If it's not equal to null, or if it's not equal to none, that's, I mean, let's add more logging. Adding, I doubt this is gonna work, but we'll do mod. Adding mod to modifiers. Something like that. See if that works. Task build. This poor Mir server. Just constantly killing it over and over again. Never deserved it. Right. Adding Control and Alt. Okay. So with combo none. So could it just be that our modifiers thing isn't working here for 2-string, and that's not actually none? Or yeah, 2-string from Latin. So the meta enum from type, which is a modifier, just the value. But of course, we're storing multiple, right? So it might not actually be. Let's see. Let's see how I convert. Let's Google it. Convert Q flag to string. Well, technically, it's not Googling. Isn't it terrible? It's just the term, like to Google something. I don't even use Google. I'm based and I use Kaji because I like having good search results. Q flag tutorial. This seems a bit old, but hey, it might do. Yeah, we have option 1, 2, 3, 4. You declare all them, then you say, okay, here's our options. Declare the operators. Yeah, flag.test, Q debug A and B. That didn't really help, but storing and retrieving values. How to convert Q string. That's not quite what I want, but this. Oh no, 500 internal. Rip. Ah, it's from 2007 as well. Whew. Oh man. Let's see. Q enum flags. Oh, I will never log in with Google. I hate those prompts. All right. So this was asked a year ago. So any value, blah, 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 convert to a nice to read string, which is what is done here, 2-string. That code S fills S with a line leading, a line top. That is correct in a way, as cute a line leading is synonym for a line left. I mean, get the original value though. Once it's ORed. You can register your own converter for Q alignment somewhere in the application start. So they have a map. And then for each of the align map, which is the what? For each of the keys. If align and align, right? Then it appends the string version of it. And does that. Right. Interesting approach. I don't know if it's the right approach. If anyone has a better suggestion, then great, but this seems pretty legit to me. What I'm gonna do is do this, move it over here. And since we're done, I'm just gonna close this here. Right. But of course ours is Q flag. So for each of them, so they have a static const Q map of the thing to a string. Right. Let's do that then. Static Q map of the thing, which is going to be the modifier, to a Q string. We have that. And I'm pretty sure we need this. And we're going to have a modifier colon none. Oh, I think I might be defining this incorrectly. Like this. Q map, it needs to be, we'll just call value map. Static value map. Static const. Q map, which is of a given type. Yeah, just our enum modifier. Sure. And then we have the Q string. No matching constructor for initialization. Let's see, and then we have this. Static const, qmap, yes. We'll just do const. Unless, can I just, oh, that's not what I wanted. How can I close this? How do I close this thing? Okay, go away. Let's see, qmap. Versus registering, so it does a register of a converter. I mean, we don't really need to do that. And I feel like this should work. We do toString, got a value for, let's do this, debug. Its value is, and we take it and we immediately do a toString on value. Convert this. I'm curious if our thing actually works. Comment that out. Test build. And what is the keyboard shortcut for? Control-Shift-K. All right. If I go all the way up to the top, its value is alt. Okay, so our we don't need to do with the string stuff. It's just the toString here doesn't handle multiple modifiers. How the hell would we loop over that then? I guess that's why they had it as a static map, so they could loop over each of the individual values. We'll loop over potential enum values. We have that over count key. Right, so why is it, what is this? Is it trying to do a tab here? No. Let me check my client format. 4. Indent width 4. So we have an indent width of 4, but when I save, it's not actually doing that. Okay. And then when I save, it does that. Why yesterday's stream recording is not public? Well, it's because, you know, halfway through the stream, it was discovered that the audio was only, well, my audio was only going to left channel. So I had it marked as unlisted. I downloaded the video, and then I proceeded to use FFmpeg and it took multiple attempts. So I had like 6 hours. I stayed up until 3 in the morning waiting for this thing to convert. And I fixed the audio, and I used, so all with FFmpeg, I trimmed it a little bit. I added fade ins and outs. And then I uploaded it, and it was still, last I checked, I'll check off screen. It was still processing it. So, yeah, it's still, here, I'll show you. Still pending. So, yeah. Is what it is. When YouTube decides to finally process it and it's no longer pending, then it'll get uploaded. It'll get published. It's already uploaded. So this is saying to iterate over is a much easier way with 5.5 or above. Well, that's what this person suggested. But sure. All right. So why is this? Said open settings. Editor, indentation, auto indentation, hard tabs, soft tabs. You know what? I'm just gonna write code, and I'll let it fucking fix itself later. What was accomplished by the end of yesterday's stream? Not a whole lot. It was us integrating the key map stuff. It wasn't properly detecting everything correctly, and then I worked off stream on this Mir event input event modifier, which does seem to actually work. So I could pull it up in console. Well, sort of. I'm able to get the actual values and convert them to and from these strings using the Q flag stuff. So right now I'm trying to make it so when we have multiple, it doesn't report as none, but rather it will concatenate all the modifiers together in a string function. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. So that way, when I'm adding logging in different places, I know that the key combos are correct. So we're gonna do, this is I'll do this Q string list. Actually, this is a good shout. Stringify, we'll just do odd strings is equal to this. Actually, we'll do this the way I like doing it, which is a Q string. What the hell? Q string. What's the plan for today? The plan for today is the same plan as yesterday, which is get our mods working, and then I'm not quite sure what will be the next phase. I need to probably ping some of the KD people about like if they have any suggestions on how to do like custom parsing stuff, assuming it's even possible using KConfig XT, because we actually have a file, like an RC file that gets read with the key map, but the key map was the one that I had originally hard coded elsewhere. That's not necessarily the biggest problem because you'd expect us to ship like a vendor provided one with some defaults. But I really want to make as much of this automated as possible. So my dream goal is to take something like, unfortunately it's this, right? Take something like this and automatically convert each one of these to a keybind, which subsequently, like as a result, means converting these also internally to these Mir input event modifiers to and from. So effectively SERD, serializing and deserializing. But I don't know how much it's achievable just with KConfig XT. If we could do this, where I could just say, I have a config. In that config is a group called keybinds. Just literally take everything from there and assume it's type keybind, and convert to that or from it. Depending on which direction you're going. If I could do that, we are golden. We're swimming in the money, or something. I don't freaking know. What do kids these days say? I'm completely out of touch with all of that. Half the music I listen to is from the 70s and 80s. And hey, when it goes. So if I go back to our Q event bit here, so we have a string and for int, so it says key equals, so for int I equals O, I is less than, so they say it's E, which is from this. So we already have that Q meta type thing, which is actually from here. We'll bring that up. Swimming in the Wayland world, yeah, exactly. You hit it on the head. Do key count, I++. So for each of those in our mods, so this is event K. And we push back. Well, that's for converting all of them. So what I want to do is for each of these, let's get the, this might be the most stupid way of doing this, but we'll see. Meta, do meta enum, we'll just call this E equals, or say E equals meta enum dot key, right? Or is it value? So what are they doing here? Value of I. So that will be our individual enum here, and then if value, no, if E and value, I think is what it would be, has this value or something. What is your opinion on the Louvre library? I don't really have any opinion on it, to be honest. I remember looking at it for a while, like literally years ago, but I have no opinion on it. So if we have the value, maybe it's this. Do mod strings equals to string of E. Actually, no, it's append to string E, which should be the value int. We want to static cast this. Seems a little silly, but okay. We append and then return mod strings dot join plus. Actually, we don't want to do it here. What am I doing? We want to do it here. And then if it's an empty string, empty strings list, return q string literal none. Something like that. Find out. No idea if that'll work. There's only one way to find out, right? And that's to build and run it. Shift K, task run. Well, it immediately died, so not quite what I was hoping for, but what it does mean is it's iterating. It's trying to do something. It converted, and got value for this. And it says, yeah, got value, and then it blew up. Cool. Hey, Jake. I get the feeling it's related to the shenanigans. So we have the get value. Got value. Its value is this. Oh, it is. It's failing on our toString because we're immediately converting it back to modifiers, and then we're iterating over this. You debug. We'll just debug E. Q debug has value. I don't know. Just YOLO. Task run. Whoa. Oh shit. Has value, question mark, has value, question mark, has value, question mark. Alright. I probably didn't need to iterate over each one of these. Maybe we do this. Oh shit, it's because we're calling toString within toString. Oh no. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. What was it before? Oh no. And why doesn't this have like a get thing? What the hell? I don't want, I just want here. Get panel. Can I see our, oh shit, but of course because I didn't commit it before, it's all right. Well, here's what we're gonna do. Fortunately, this is something I yeeted from here. So our toString is from standard toString, which is this toString. Well, this certainly wasn't the way I did it. Well, let's literally, I'm gonna copy this function. I'm gonna undo. It's this. This is what I was looking for. All right. The from Latin thingamajig. QString blah 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 to lower. So this is what we're looking for. QString of E. This is terrible. E, so this is mod. If mod string, and then we append mod string. Mod string. Maybe something like that. Let's see. Maybe that'll fly. Oh shit. Where did I do? Mod string. Cast that to lower. Unqualified bit to string. Ah, yeah, it's because I have it here. E in value. Let's grab that. Task run. Oh! Well, we have a window, which means it didn't blow up. Alright, what does it say? Open Firefox with combo none. Did not get value for B. Well, that's okay. Its value is alt. So we have has value question mark, and then we append, and then we join them for this. So let me take a look then at this. Adding blah 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 with modifier Q modifier toString of modifiers, which will be the event modifiers. Let me go back to here. Auto joined. Do debug. Joined. Joined. Return joined. Right. I'm curious what it's returning. I go all the way up. Joined Alt, joined Control. So it's a 2-string on each one of them, the modifiers. For each of the keybinds, yeah, so we're only gonna have the one. We get our modifiers. With combo, see, adding to modifiers with combo none. What is our modifiers here then? Because when we do this 2-string, it should be all this, adding key control, blah, blah, blah. Two modifiers, so we iterate over each one of them. Static cast mods, we check if this has the value. We say has value question mark here, or alt. Is this one instance? Let's do this. Qdebug. It's not. Joint. We'll do this. Oh. Beginning. Debug. 179. And oh, it would help if I did that. All right, beginning and end. So we're doing it on per mod basis. Adding key blah. Got value for control. Its value is control. Yes. So that's on each one. I think this is producing a little bit too much noise. Let's clean that up. We do from string with the string. For each one of them. Do beginning. We have a beginning here, but we have no end. Oh, I guess it's because it returns this. Do this. End. That's probably when it's interpreting B. Modifier none. We do set actions, set combo by key. So we first and we split it. Else keybind key combo not already set. Control Alt B not already set. And then we do the key act. Well, we do the set combo. For each of these, we first define none as the modifiers. We iterate over. We say we're adding adding key. We say, all right, we have found it. We have converted to control. We are then adding it here. And then our modifier is, we add it here, modifier. Else if, so we iterate over them, Q debug modifier. Modifier is none. Would this be set to anything then? If it's not none, we're adding it. Am I doing this wrong? It should be like this. Like I said, these are not my strong point. Beginning end. Modifiers. Still saying it's none though. Let me do it like this. Q mir input 2 string modifiers. Still doing that as none. It's like it's not actually adding it. Take a look at the Q flag stuff. Let's see. Because this is what I would expect to do. It's the ampersand equals with the mask. This operator is disabled, blah, blah. Well, if I go up to the top, performs a bitwise AND operator with mask and stores the resulting value in the Q flags object. Returns a reference to this object. Containing result. Containing the result of the bitwise AND operation on this object and mask. Set flag. So you have a flags, and then you have on or off. Alright, I could try that. Modifiers dot set flag mod. Or is it expecting it to be? No viable conversion from modifiers to modifier. Modifiers. This is going to return. Well, this should return a single modifier, shouldn't it? That would be my expectation. Is that we convert to and from a particular one. I know this is this. Why don't we just fucking delete that one? But see if that is any better. Hide this. Let's build. If I go all the way up now. Oh, hold on. Joined. Alt Control. Yes. Technically speaking, it worked. Not quite the behavior I was expecting. let's not do the set flag thing. Alt with joined alt or that modifiers that. Let's now that we are actually returning as a single modifier, Hazak, let's see if doing the ampersand equal actually works. No. Dickheads. Has value alt, has value control. I mean, what I could do is check if we've already added the modifier. Alt or blah. Where's the joined here? Where is the joined? Control Shift F, is that the keybind? Yes, joined. So we join it with that. So it is saying that the join is alt, control, alt, control. Right. Well, what I could do is if mod strings dot. Oh, and you oh shit. Also another thing. It's flagging it as alt and then control, alt and then control. Also because, I mean, one, preventing it will help fix it, but it'll still report as alt and then control, I think. Let's see. Because I get the feeling the ordering of this is wrong. Do contains mod string. This is probably not the correct way of doing it, but hey, if it works. Mir, as in the compositor Ubuntu made a while back to be their own and then eventually made in. Am I getting that right? What you're using? Yeah, exactly. The documentation's for it's really good. They have a really good abstraction layer. What the hell? It really wants to be that. So this doesn't actually fix it. So it's empty. So I just want to see. Again, these bitwise things are not an expert in. All right, scroll up. Oh, you know, am I forgetting to? Let's do this again. I just want to make sure that I'm not leading myself astray. Which might have been the case actually, if I revert this and this back. Because I might have scrolled too far up without, because I might have forgotten to reset. I don't know. Copium. Hopefully the code actually worked. Task. So now if we scroll all the way up, we have the combo none. So if it doesn't contain it, we append. Let's try with their set flag. Task run. Well, joined alt and control, so it wants to think that it's, I don't know why it's joining it that way though. Alt Control. I mean, I could try with Alt B. I don't think that actually. Did I rip out any of the stuff that I had before? I don't think I did. No, of course I didn't. Just I still have this hard code. I was like, wait. Alt and that. Joined Alt or why is it? Oh, let's see. What is it? What is this actually flagging as? QDebug flagged as mod string. Because it might actually be getting reported as bit over eager there. As both of them. Flagged as Alt Control, right. And that is because Alt is the first one, and then Control is after that. So we really want to do it by... I guess we have to split the individual... Oh god, how do we do... Where's shift? Is that earlier on? We could do the inverse. So then stuff like meta shift thing would work. Control Alt would work. That could work. So, I mean, we just inverse our array here. Because then it would be Control Alt, I think. Or I wonder if it'd still flag as Alt Control. Well, let's find out. I is... Imagine the world if Ubuntu actually finished old Mir in Unity 8. That I know. I'm actually really disappointed that. I mean, I get it. We have Ubi ports, but it's just. Oh man. Like they were really ahead of their time when it came to like all the conversion stuff, right? And they were actually doing it right. Where on your phone you had a mobile UI, and then on the desktop, it would convert automatically to a desktop UI. How novel! Wayland could be destroyed by them. I don't know about that. I'm not quite sure how it would have gone, to be honest. Because maybe I'm looking at it through... I don't know, I guess with my experience when I used it on my Nexus 5, I did find it far more usable than anything with Wayland at that point. So, maybe? Or would we just run into a situation where... I hate to say it, because it's going to sound tinfoil hat, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Just disclaimer. Would Wayland still have won out because of the fact that... Well, I mean, it would have been predicated on Canonical still shipping Unity 8. So if they hadn't and they had gone GNOME Shell, I think we still would have had Wayland, and they would have given up on the whole Mir thing. I mean, so basically what happened in reality. I'm just thinking... Could there have been a situation where we had two major players? Or would that have just created a bunch of fragmentation, especially with like driver developers? Let alone application developers and toolkit developers. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. People got turned off by the CLAs. And maybe like I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just the insane one in the room here, and I don't have an issue with the CLA. Fundamentally, I think it's a good approach of enabling something to be open sourced and then also be sub-licensed for the purposes of business usage. In principle, I don't have an issue with it. I think what we've seen in practice more often than not, for example with Heroku, I believe it was with Heroku, we've seen CLAs be used to effectively mass relicense a library and screw over businesses. Or screw over open source developers, or both, like really depending on the use case. But if I have to sign like a CLA to contribute to Mir or something, am I going to do it? Absolutely. Because I think the benefit outweighs any sort of potential cost. And also I'm not explicitly anti-business either. You know, if somebody wants to try to make a business on Linux stuff, especially on the desktop, then I think that's great, because I think it makes Linux on the desktop a more viable platform. Perhaps, but it was a major factor in Mir and other big canonical projects not getting traction. Yeah. Zach says, I do and I don't. It depends on the content of the CLA. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, universally, that's why I sort of said in principle. But of course, you know, if it's a CLA that says we could license this and then make it so, I don't even know. Redis, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because then we have, is it Radish or whatever? The frickin' fork of it? No, it's not Radish. The fuck is it called? Happened with Launchpad Upstart. I don't ever sing. I mean, Launchpad, that thing wasn't going to take off because of Bazaar. Like, sorry, but there is absolutely no way. Like, nobody wanted to use Bazaar outside of Launchpad, in my experience. Upstart, it was better than Sysv in it, for sure. No doubt about it. But I would say Systemd is a lot better. I don't know, man. So you have this. Is greater than 0. 5 minus. I'll try that. No. Upstart was legitimately good, but it was kind of over when Systemd was created. Yep. It's still baffling to see how many people still hate on Systemd. Oh man, it ain't that the truth. Oh, let me reset this. Control-Alt. I mean, to me, the thing that I always get a chuckle out of, all right, so it's still doing the whole mapping of these. I suppose it's probably not the biggest problem, except for when we get to the two-stringifying thing. And now all the Wayland haters. Yep, I was gonna say, and now we have the whole thing with like the the deprecation of X11 and Plasma kicking off. What is it, Sonic D or whatever? And then I'm surprised no one's done it with GNOME, but I suppose anybody that would just have swapped to a GTK-based desktop environment that supports X11. But like the whole X Libre thing, like, oh my god. Just let it all die. Like, Wayland 1, just I fully expect at some point there will be an entire desktop environment where the entire purpose of it is to keep around, like keep alive an old legacy version of a desktop environment strictly for X11. And it won't even be X11, it'll be X Libre. And it won't work on like any modern hardware, probably, right? Or any modern NVIDIA or AMD or Intel GPUs. There's still Arcan, yeah. The X Libre, and there's the X11 re-implementation in Zig. I know. So join Control and Alt. I don't want it to be like that though. So it's flagged as Control Alt. So if it's flagged as multiple things, does this even need to exist? Like, is this whole thing for nothing, you know? Because we're not iterating over it like it's a list here. So if we do auto mod string is equal to this, right? This Latin thing. We do that. Let's add our flagged as mod string. Do this. ESDs are moving to Wayland. That's certainly a good decision on their part. So we flag. And then what we want to do is split it, I think. So auto split modifiers is equal to... we will do mod string dot split this. Something like that, and then for each auto modifier, we'll do a mod split modifiers. So this will be our Q string. We're going to then want to convert that individually, I think. Oh, but of course it's going to... Meta can't. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do stat string, Q string, to casted modifiers value. You're literally just do this. Return. I don't actually want it to be lowered though. Although maybe that's not the worst thing. Static. Is this gonna be nicer? Oh, it's easier if I just do this. Value for each of the mods. We then convert them. So we want to have a list, a literal list of them, I would say. This is literally just for visual representation though. So a little silly. I mean, the flag stuff seems to work, right? So we have mod strings is going to be the... Actually, no, we just want this to be split mods. We have the split modifier strings, and then auto split modifiers, which is going to be a Q list of our Q Mir event modifier. So we're gonna do this. Split modifiers dot append. Let's see. So we have the mod string. This isn't my finest work, okay? But it's all about getting it working. I'm gonna do q mir event from string of mod string. Variable of this. For each of those, we will append the mod to our split modifiers. Let's see. What is this complaining about? Meta enum here. Mod string. Mod string declared here. Yes. Ah, I'm right. Okay. Modifier casted. I'll just call it casted modifier. Casted modifier. Flagged as this. Split it. And then for each of them, we will add it to our queue list of split modifiers here. Should be a queue list of the queue mir. Yeah. From string should return a modifier. So why is this complaining about the append on split modifiers? Do I guess push back? Oh, like it really is a queue list. I think I might be just complaining about mod here. From string. Set as an int. One second, I want to check the audio level on OBS here. Oh. OBS crashed when I alt-tab to it on the streaming PC. Alright, seems like it just needs to be that thing where I just don't touch it whatsoever. Cool. Alright, well. I will just leave it alone. I feel like Rawhide has been especially crashy. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone's seen, like, especially during, like, the calls, whenever I've been doing, just, like, the element calls for you have for the weekly stand-ups. Yeah, the streamer. Yeah, sorry about that. Whenever I open up Inkscape, I'll do something a little bit in Inkscape, crashes. Do something a little bit in GIMP, it crashes. And every single time, like, I don't know if it's actually Glycine, but it seems to get triggered a lot with Glycine related stuff. Are you sitting on Rawhide? Yes, I am sitting on Rawhide. When you have to test everything that's going out in the next major Fedora release, you kind of need to live Rawhide. But both of them are on Rawhide, actually. Maybe it wasn't the best idea for the streaming PC. However, I wanted to get all the Wayland stuff tested on that too. So I'm not going to have it sit on an old version of Budgie, you know, with 10.9 stuff. So when it's an integer, it's fine. I mean, it makes sense, it's all integers in the end, but then we want to sort them. Split modifiers. Can we sort it? Sort. I mean, I suppose it'll do it this way. So actually, I can just split like I could do a reverse of them, or push front, like a prepend. Because then it'll do Control and then Alt. There's the idea. Intentionally prepend so we get reversed order. E.g. Alt actually comes after Control. So we do that. And then we do auto reversed modifier strings is equal to Q list, another Q string list for auto reversed mod in split modifiers. We will then do the cast of what the integer, so it'll be the static cast modifier, and then we'll do a toString casted on that. So we'll do reversed modifiers dot append the Q string, no, it'd be the Q at toString casted, and it'll be a static cast modifier value, which will be the reversed mod. Let's see if this terrible code works. If it's empty, it's literally none. Otherwise, we join. Right. I mean, if this works, it'll be fantastic. But I have a tingling sensation that it's not going to. Right. So, keybind control plus alt plus B, not already set. Adding key modifier control and alt and then B. Flagged as alt and control, joined none, none. All right. Great. It's possible that's with the reversed mod. Q debug reversed mod reversed. This should give us the integer reversed mod. Reversed mod. Let's static cast this reversed mod. Append. Oops, this should be like this. I mean, I'm not surprised. I did mention it would probably blow up. Just up here though. Scroll up here. None and none. Okay. So I bet if I was to do if mod not equal Q Mir event modifier. Actually, we'll do if it's equal to none. Colon none. Continue. So we skip that because that would indicate to me that this is not working. So we're doing a modifier here from string of mod string. Q debug checking mod string. We're just gonna throw throw crap at it. Checking Alt, checking Control. Right. Okay, that should be correct then. Get the value of the toString and the constant with static cast it. This should not be none then. And yet, it's still being flagged as it. String of control. Oh. It's because it is being too lowered. Let's not do that anywhere, please. No dot to lower. This it's okay here. I bet it's that. So if I go up now, flagged Alt, yep, Control Alt, joined. All right. So now, yes, adding open Firefox with combo Control plus Alt and action. So I need to like indicate what the key is in the thing here. Control Alt with ending key, and it'll be keybind. Oh, let's actually put this on this with keybind dot get key. And action this. So I would expect it to flag as Control Alt B. Control Alt with ending key B. Of course, I'm doing it as that. So it would technically be what Control Alt Shift B to trigger it to be the uppercase. Right. Let's go ahead and close this. We'll modify our. I have it open here already. Micro, Budgie, Magpie, Control. We'll do that. All right. So now it should be Control Alt lowercase b. And if I go over to our Mir thing, when I trigger it, we should actually get the match. I would expect. Or Control and Alt modifiers. So if I do Control Alt Control Alt. Mask thing. Let's see. Control. Let's rebuild. The modifiers aren't getting equal to the other thing. Control Alt. Oh. Yeah, so it's crashing because of what this maybe? For each of them, if it's equal to, we find a match. Why is it? Let's remove this though. QDebug found a match. Does this, and then it should iterate over our keybinds. But I guess it might be that we added it. New list. Set M keybinds, which is what this points to. Should be right. Paste that little. Control Shift K. And just make sure. All right. Rerun. But added it with N key. Still doing with N key B. Is it uppercasing it for some reason? Is there like a 2 upper going on? Two key. Two upper. No. Okay. Control Alt. Oh, is it just happening when I hold on? Alt. If I just press any key. A. Okay. What did I break? It's gotta be this stuff. It's gotta be. Because it blows up here. Boom. A. Control Alt. Okay. So is it this? Is it literally just our stringifying? I bet it is. Let's see. Control Shift K, run, Control Alt. I mean, it didn't blow up. Control Alt B. We didn't get the like found a match thing, which means these aren't being equal to. Get our modifiers. Let's see. Actions, which is the Q string list dot join. That name's fine. Actions are also this dot join. That. Oh, when the modifiers. We're kind of messing up here. This keybind pointer. Get modifiers. And we want to do a Q mir input to string. And key. And then this would be the key. Let's do it here. Keybind dot big key. All right. Might be related to the iteration or the just the logging, because I was logging Q string lists. Might not have liked that. No, it really, so I press it, it iterates over, it does the logging, like it attempts to do logging, clearly, and blows up. Modifier to string. Is it just this part? If I rip this out. Let's just trim it down to checking keybind this. That just doesn't. Qdebug. Number of keybinds in our list. Config.keybinds.count. To get name. Are we never setting the name? So that returns m name, which is an empty string. We have in our config a set name. The set name will just assign m name to that. That's okay. Task run, which is control. Number of keybinds in our list, 1. And we iterate over them, clearly. Because that's not the thing that's blowing up. So let's add maybe an is null thing in our... I just want to see if something weird is going on. Is null. Bool keybind is null. So if mActions.isEmpty, return, we'll do this. If it's empty, if we modifiers, which is going to be that, equals qmir input modifier. Oh, let's do this, none. Event modifier none. Or m name is empty. So if that's empty, we don't have any modifiers, don't have a name, don't have a key also. Actually, no, key should be allowed. No key should be allowed. Because we'll want this for just meta, you know? So you press this meta / super key, and it would open up like Budgie menu. So let's build this again. Of course, I never actually added the frickin' null check here, so let me do that. If mod string dot is null, continue. Maybe we should log that. Qdebug. Oh, this is the wrong fucking thing. On it in main. Here. Keybind is null? Question mark. Keybind pointer. But of course, keybinds, that's just a Q shared pointer. Which should, I think we have to get the data from that, right? It's just not flagging it as. Yeah. So it's like this. We add it. And then this is not that Q shared. We're going to make this very explicit that this is in fact a Q shared pointer of a keybind. So now that we've done that, if the pointer is null, then keybind pointer is null, and then auto keybind is equal to keybind pointer.data. And then we should do modifiers as this. I suspect this might work. I feel like the auto was not properly detecting that it was actually a shared pointer. in the list. I hope. Copium. Fuck. Okay. It really doesn't like any of that, is it? It's not null. Is it the comparison? Just... No. Alright, well, I need to start this playlist over again. Go back to the beginning. There we go. Is it? What? No, I don't. Oh, it's because I did the... I just want this. Control, Alt, Alt, Control, 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 Alt. I don't want to trigger the Firefox launching thing. I'm gonna comment out all this. Return false. A. Control Alt. Control B. Our mods are reporting as 1542. All right. I want to check making it not a const. That magically does something. Press A, and it still does it. What the? Alright, I'm gonna have to run it with GDB. Okay, GDB. No, set env, Wayland, display equals Wayland, DAC99, run, do A, it blew up, backtrace. It's on the put string. So whenever we are doing the put string on the keybind name, it's not liking it. Which makes me think keybind is something that it's qdebug. What the fuck is keybind? Can I just dump keybind? I want to see if it gives me a pointer or something interesting. Quit. Yes. Task build. No. I wish GDB also had like a history. So I don't have to type this manually all the time. Wayland. Display. Equals Wayland. TAC99. Set env. Run. Press button. Blows up. BT. You don't get anything there. Just immediately here. PT full. Board event, that's all fine. So it's failing on git name? No, it fails here as well. See, WTF is keybind pointer. Set down Wayland Tech 99 and front. Press button, let it blow up. It's really just failing on whenever we're iterating over each of these keybinds. I feel like there's an issue with the contents of the list here. Because it says we're adding it, right? Clear at the beginning. Let's see. Let's actually do this. Just task run. Oh, yeah. Adding Firefox. Adding open Firefox with combo Control Alt with ending key B and action Firefox. Can I get it to blow up by doing this? Auto keybind pointer. Reference to that. Dot data. Keybind pointer. Alternatively, what I could do here is clear, but the reason why I wanted to do an assignment is there might be a split second, they're entering keys and suddenly we empty the thing and I don't know, maybe while it's propagating, something happened. What else? So it's fine. It is actually fine here. What if we loop after the fact? Maybe when it's outside of that scope. If we grab this stuff from keybind, config here, and we have this, and then we do auto here. We're only interested in that debugging. Task build. Task run. Yeah. Add it, and then when we're iterating over it, it blows up. Get the feeling because it's this. Because of this. How was I doing it with? You open up a new window, maybe. A new window, and then open folder. Code buddies budgie / budgie desktop services. Right. Control Shift F Q shared pointer. New output of output. New keybind. Oh my god, that's probably it. Because we were creating as, I think, a struct. Whereas this is actually creating keybind. Let's see. Let's see if that actually did it. Well, we're getting logging now, so yeah, that's what it was. These are the sort of foot guns that I suspect you would not get with things like Rust. But oh well. So we do that, add the key. Let's go. Here's one. Now let's clear out all this logging now that we know that this is all correct. Well, actually, we'll add this because I don't trust all this. Let's delete this. Pointer, get that, and then if the mods are equal, then it should say task build. It might be this. Let's see. If I do control, because it found a match. Control. But I want them to be identical, not that one just has the other. See. But why aren't these equal? Funnily enough, I bet if I was to do, how's everything going? It goes qdebug. So we have modifiers, which is these ones. So if we do q mir input event to string modifiers, and so we'll do that, and it's going to be this keybind qdebug. So we have the event, we have these mods, and then qstring mod string is equal to mir input event modifier from string. That should be auto q mods, auto mir q mir input event modifiers. But I can't type for shit today. Qmods. Checking against. Control. Checking against control left plus control. Control alt. Checking against control left plus control plus alt plus left. Right. Yeah, because I guess it's flagging that as both control left and control. Makes sense. Because if I do this, that's control as well. Yeah. That's why they're not equal, because one is being flagged as control, blah, blah, blah. Now, what I think would help with this is in our keybind logic. Achievement unlocked, breakfast got nice. We do this just from string. When we're doing the modifiers, right? Do a from string. We're adding the modifier, and then what we could do here is if mod equals q mir input event modifier : modifier : control. What is alt trigger? Alt left and alt. I feel like for us, I really wanted to just be, you have to specify like super L. Oh, I wonder what this one flags as. Nothing. Special key. Oh, damn. Control. Could do this in the from string, I think. Cast as value. So we'll do this. If not okay, return none. If okay, I want to do a switch on value case control, return control left, case alt, return alt left. Because if the person presses, if they only have one alt key, I would expect it to be like a left one, right? And it would still flag as that. Default return value. Something like that. Which value? And static cast value. We don't need this. We already know it's going to be okay. That's at least what my brain is thinking. So ours needs to be, cancel this. Control left plus alt left plus B. I don't think we need to add anything special here then. Now if I do a task run, if I do control, so this keybind, but to accidentally press. Why is it doing alt left as well? Control left plus control left. Checking this keybind is, right, yeah, because it's checking my modifier, checking against control left plus control left. Okay, we need to fix that. There can't be duplicates. So that's checking against that. It's gonna be from string. Oh, there's two string on this. So we get a static string, two static cast. Split modifiers. If it's none, if split modifiers dot contains mod continue prevent duplicates. Right. Task. All right, task run. If I do control, this keybind control left, alt left. So it's checking against my Firefox one, checking against control. That. All right, that seems to match. It doesn't seem to match by string, by like the enum values, which is a little unfortunate. Is it like this? Let's check this. I suspect this isn't going to work either, but yeah. Well, I mean, worst case is, I mean, this is really inefficient to do every single time, like for every single mapping. Well, we will keep it for now. Famous last words. Mod string. This should be the toString, and modifiers here. Do this. Modifiers. Come on. Control. All right, Control Alt. Found a match. All right. We are now matching. At least against those. Now we also have to check against the key itself, which we have keyboard event blah. Blah is empty text because, well, let me rerun that. Control Alt B. B. So when I do Control Alt B, the flex says Control Alt. We are happy now. Happier. We're going somewhere. Keyboard event 98. So let's look up key sim list. Kaji, come on. Come on. By number? I guess it's keyboard events by number. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for, but if I look up 98. No. Oh. Mir event text. I only want it for the key though. Scan code. Raw hardware scan code. We could check that one too. Do debug. Scan code. Q string of mural toolkit. Scan code of event. But I really think it would be the text of it, right? What key down? Start of text. Not very helpful. Law start of text. Control Alt B. Alt Control B. We get the keyboard event, which maps to this. There's an XKB keysim underscore T. List. Could do keysim to UTF-8 to get the represented string. Let's try that. Do debug event to UTF-8 string. So we need the buffer and out buffer. Char star buff. XKB key sim to UTF-8. The key symbol is this. Buff size of the buffer, which is in. Does not have Unicode representation, return 0. Size of the buffer. I mean, how the fuck should I know? This is out of my depth. All I wanted was the frickin' string value, but it doesn't return it with the key combo. Get name. Well, let's look it up. See if anyone has a output size. How to map key symbol size T UTF-8 all 32. Let's see. I'm asking AI. Not gonna lie, asking Gemini. 7-byte buffer plus null terminator, because it was noted in this. Oh, actually it's here. Size of 7 was needed when UTF-8 sequences could be up to 6 bytes long. Not their limit. Requirements should be reduced accordingly. So this was closed. Require only 5 bytes for UTF-8. So can I just put 5? With size T. What is size T? size T. Size is equal to 6. I mean, it said 4. Let's try 4 size. Expected. Oh, because I'm doing all the wrong thing. Well, this should be XKB. Where did the freaking there? Oh, no, I was in the right place. This. Q string buff. See if that works. It's really frustrating that it isn't returning the. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe no one's really ever bothered to look, or maybe I'm just doing things wrong. Probably more likely the latter. Undefined reference to XKB keysim to UTF-8. That is part of libxkb common. DNF. Do I have DNF installed libxkb common? I assume I have it, but I might just not be linking to it. Yeah, okay, so I'm just not linking to it. CMake. We need to find package maybe, or package config. CMake. Find package, yeah, so we need the find package config. Find package config. And then for package config, we already had the package config check modules thing, so this package check modules KB common ported target. Like that. Then I need to link against it. If this was Mason, I would know what to do, but out of my depth when it comes to the. Is it just uppercase? Common. Because I guess we named it that way. Task setup. Task build. Oh, I guess we're not importing it either. And made. Oh no, we are there. All right. Task run. After we do this, Control Alt B. It blew up on that. All right, so it doesn't like that. Oh. Like, seriously, do they not get keyboard event? That's the actual keyboard event. We have the action, right? Input event, key text, on key repeat, on up or key presses that do not produce text. It should definitely produce text. So it must be my XKB thing here. Is my buffer thing just wrong? Let me double check. Number of bytes. Out a buffer. Oh, so it probably needs to be. Do I need to give it a particular size? Let's see. All terminated. Size of buffer. Yeah, so we have to specify char buff 7 size of buff. Oh, yeah, event to UTF-8 string, B. All right. Nice. So we take that in. We have the Q, the Mir Q event modifiers. Maybe I would have like a, probably don't need the Q equivalent of their keyboard action, but maybe so we get the mods here. Logic for, let's see, get our mods from this event, get the string of the keyboard event for this event, if any. Because if I just do this, control, it's that, which is a lovely string. Keyboard event that. B, D, A. I bet if I converted it to UTF-8, it might actually be better. Like if I did the Q string from UTF-8, I'll give that a go. Try to move this. We get this keyboard event. Let's remove that logging. And then the auto key is the Q string from UTF-8. Buffer. Right. Let's drop this. We're gonna say debugging. Nah, probably not necessary. Checking against modifier that with key key. Oh, okay, I gotta change that keybind. Key map. So it is comment, toggle comments. Control Shift. I need to do this. Edit keystroke. Control Shift D. There. That's why I have in cursor for it. Oh, much better. So we have that. With key this. So if we have not equals. Continue. Don't have a match on the modifier. Auto keybind key is keybind dot. You know what? I don't even need to do that. If key not equal keybind dot get key. Continue. Don't have a match on the key. But at this point we would. So certainly have a match. Right. Let's see how this flies. Control. And it says nothing, which is, well, it says this keybind. Control. Which, if I checking against modifier, control left with key gobbledygook, control alt B. This key symbol, control alt. If it's not equal, it's not equal. It should have triggered certainly has a match unless, I bet it's still uppercasing it, isn't it? It is. Why is it doing that? Because I could have swore. Let me just reopen this. Yeah, control alt and then B. It's like, it's actually lowercase. So we read it, we split. Key combo, not our reset. Which is clear up here. I'm sorry, what? Let me control alt and then B. Right there. Is it reading? Oh shit, it's reading from Magpie RC. I'm such a idiot. Alright, well, I'm gonna remove this immediately before in the next stream I confuse myself. Micro Magpie RC. This was all my fault. That was all my fault. Alright. Now if I run it, we're gonna get a match, I bet. Control Alt B. Certainly have a match. Wow, who would have thought? And you're modifying the right file, the right keybinds. It works. Now we just have to hook up the actual action logic. Right. Main. So we already have like this bit here. It's always the simplest answer. It really is. Forgot I had preemptively renamed it to Magpie RC. I was like, oh yeah, I'll sort it out after stream. I didn't. My brain was cooked. So I forgot I did the rename. Well, it is what it is. At least it was we very quickly came to that realization though, so at least we got that going for us. So next we need to invoke the action. So we are going to do a queue, that queue meta. Here's what we'll do. This. Uncomment that, rip that out, move it up here. Do a launch application, and we have this queue argument of Firefox, and this is going to be our action. I suspect, because then in our launcher we have the split logic, I believe. Yeah, so we take in the program and then the arguments for launch application. So we are going to want to do I have it even set up to do that? No. Oh wait, it is a string list for M actions. So if I go to my config, are we splitting it? Slice by... Let's see, key entry. A reading of the entry. No. So this would actually be everything after that split. Which I don't think this would be right then. This would be value dot value to dot split space. So then I would expect Firefox to be the first argument. I don't think this is going to be flawless, really. But we'll see, we'll see. Let's go back to main. We have this argument, so there's going to be the keybind. Let's get the actions immediately. Auto actions to go to keybind. Get actions. If actions dot length. Although we already have it, I think we already have it in the null check. On oh here actually it's if keybind dot is null. Something about this keybind is invalid. So that should be our M actions. If I double check our keybind, is null is if actions are empty. So at the very least there'll be that. We have actions. Actions.value 0. And then the next thing would be a qarg q string list actions dot. Oh, it's not liking that. You object defs. Sure, I wasn't complaining about that before, but maybe it's just... What if I just do this? Or is it the meta stuff? I'm gonna look up the this qmeta invoke function. So we do an invoke with the context, which is the launcher. So we implemented keyboard shortcuts with raw Mir. Yes and no. I'm launching. I'm creating a new process. So this isn't using the Mir external launcher, but I am leveraging their what is it? The plugin in Mural for keyboard event filtering. So what I'm doing when I do that is I get their keyboard action that they send to the function for the keyboard filter. And basically you return false if it's not being filtered. Otherwise you return true. So like down here, actually I would return true. Actually, no, right here I would return true. Which means it then wouldn't propagate down the line, I would assume. And what we end up having is our process launcher here, which then has a reference to the parent. So if I scroll down to, actually it's clear up at the top here, you can see our parent here is the app. So we know what the process is. And then when we create that, we're saying, okay, the parent is this, and we're launching it on the parent. And we are taking in the process environment from the system environment to make sure like the Wayland host and display, all that kind of stuff all the XDG bits, that those are correct. Anything that's in the environment. And then we're also hooking up a process finished. This isn't particularly useful for the launch application, but it is useful for the launch required application for like a kiosk-esque mode thing, where you would pass in by flags required apps. And when those close, right now it's set just to kill the compositor, but in reality what I'll probably do is, if somehow those applications close, that they get restarted. So that way, it probably wouldn't happen with Fedora 44. But with 45, I suspect that I will have like an SDDM configuration to run SDDM inside Magpie. Cool to see kiosk as a priority. I wouldn't have prioritized that, but Neil has been, and I'm sure you know the Neil I'm talking about, has been drilling it into my head. Like, you know, like fucking like developers. He's always like kiosk mode. And when Campbell was working on the original Magpie, the WL roots-based one, that was also something he was drilling into Campbell's head. Was, hey, we really need a kiosk mode so we could start launching things automatically inside Magpie. So that was like literally the first thing I did after I got just launching applications working. I was like, all right, I'm hooking it up to have required apps. And then I have to figure out how to actually make sure that they... That's a goal I agree with. This year I'll be focusing on some branding docs. Nice. And some administrative stuff. Yeah. I'm having Microsoft flashbacks. Well, you're welcome, I guess. So these are all args. So let's see. Doesn't invoke. Oh yeah, so you can pass multiple arguments. I was doing it right. It's just misleading me. Let's get back to this. So we have the launcher, we have the queued connection. We say, all right, this is our program, right? Which is like so. Or is it this one? Oh, it's this one. And then qarg again, which is, can I specify the queue string list of actions dot sliced everything on one. Did you check out Q key event, by the way? I'm sorry, hold on. Am I just gonna get absolutely triggered by there being another cool frickin'... Oh my god, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Alright. Key events are sent to the widget. Well, this isn't a widget. It's just a Q core application. But let's continue reading. Are sent to the widget with keyboard input focus when keys are pressed or released. A key event contains a special except one, yeah. So that contains the matches. I don't know if this would work. With GUI. So would it be expecting it to be a... So such, yeah, the handlers are Q widget stuff. So this might not... I was thinking of something else. Let me check. All right. I'll let you cook. Before I've been doing all this terribly wrong and there's just a magical cute thing, which would be par for the course, right? Like, coming from the GDK mindset of you have to pull in all these other random libraries. Because if it's not in GDK, it's not in GDK, then you're SOL. Control-Alt-B. Oh, we launched it! We fucking launched it! Holy. Oh my god. We did it. Oh. we're back to square one, which is we launched an application. This time they're not hard coded, right? Now something I want to see. If I modify Magpie RC and I add kitty equals control plus alt plus K, open kitty. Right? So we do that. Is it just going to automatically control alt K? No. It's not doing detection of the file on the file change. So I need to figure out how to do that with KConfig. Well, once we have that going, I mean, like I could rip out all this stuff, you know. Should be very exciting. And then obviously, I mean, look at this frickin' mess that we have here. This needs to be refactored and cleaned up. My God. Like this whole thing needs to be separated out. These need to be like cleaned up. All this stuff, like it's terrible, right? I mean, to me, having a 184 line main.cpp with a bunch of business logic that shouldn't be in here, unacceptable. But at the very least, we have, despite any jank which exists, which is a lot, right? We're launching applications that are loaded with KConfig. It's your first time writing Wayland Compositor? Yes. I was thinking Q key sequence plus cute namespace cute keys enum. All right, Q key sequence. Let's see. Encapsulates a key sequence used by keyboard shortcuts. In its most common form, a key sequence describes a combination of keys that must be used together to perform an action. Key sequences are used by QAction objects to specify which keyboard shortcuts can be used to trigger actions. Can be constructed for use as keyboard shortcuts in 3 ways. So standard one, custom keyboard shortcuts, and hard-coded ones. It's a combination of values defined by cute key and cute keyboard modifier. Right, so instead of my own keybind thing, I could have those. I could actually have as part of our Mir event modifier. If I go back to this, I would instead just specify like a list of cute keys and say, all right, you know, X, Y, and Z from this maps to this cute key. And then I can just use Q key sequence, presumably with from string, yes, to just create a key sequence. I remember seeing that in Quinn a few times. Yeah, I could see why. It seems very handy. Let's first figure out why we're not getting this. We need to set up a KConfig watcher, because what I want to do is I want to be able to just dynamically on like in the config file change the config. There is indeed a better Qt solution. Of course there would be, yes. Qt based. Let's get the file reloading working and then start, I guess, converting this to using the Q key sequence stuff. Because of course we would have to. The enum is crazy too. I mean, it's functional. All right. Like, I mean, come on now. It is crazy. I agree. I mean, we'll still have to, like, I don't know if we'll have to have an enum, but we'll have to have like a switch statement, I suspect, where we're mapping like, okay, this is control, map it to Q key. No, I mean the Qt keys one. Oh, let's take a look at that one. Qt key. Oh my god. I pressed it and it was just like Right. Oh. Yep, it's that's a list of keys. It's somebody's job to maintain this, I would assume. What I want to know, actually. Copilot. Ha! No Copilot key. I bet it's like flagged as something else on the Microsoft side, but I had to check. I just had to check that it wasn't specifically marked, because then I 100% would be like, Copilot key, that is the Raven key now, buddy. That's gonna always open up Raven. That's the one hard-coded thing I would do. And then I would be just as bad as Microsoft. Hard-coding it to something somebody might not even want. Yeah. So we have this, where is it? KConfig watcher. Yeah, it wasn't really clear to me based off this. Copilot key equals shut down PC. I'll see if I could get a Quinn maintainer to watch this stream sometime and help with that. No. Let's see. That would always be fun. Which, by the way, so it's not set in stone. I don't know if it was a long stream yesterday, so I don't know if I mentioned this. But I might attend Academy. It's sort of up in the air. I'm also trying to see, is Neil going to go to Academy and Flock? Is he going to be, like, which one is he going to attend? If he has to choose. Because, like, I was at Flock last year. Prague's alright. But, you know, I wouldn't mind going to Austria. You mentioned that yesterday. I'm not surprised. Sorry. Grandpa over here telling his war stories again. Yeah, so this is what I got stuck on, was this KConfig watcher. And also just like, okay, well, how do I then connect to it? You know, what is the event? It might be easier if I just actually pull up the source code for, let's see, invent KDE event KDE KConfig. Let's see. Add context argument to connect. So you do watcher data. All right. That's in what, core? KConfig watcher. Okay, so it's just the documentation that seems to be kind of messed up. Because if I go to this KConfig watcher and you look at this create, it says const int reference to config, when in reality it should be const KConfig pointer. Now I understand the pointer in the backend is just referencing a point, like a place in memory, which would be represented by likely an integer. But improvements to the docs. I'll let you write that one down, Herzen. And if there's some money I could throw your way, you know, I'm not rich, so a little bit to improve the KConfig stuff. That would make me happier, and I know it'd probably make Evan happier as well. And actually, I might be able to convince. I don't know if you do stuff through like Open Collective, but we could probably reimburse you directly through the Buddies of Budgie one. So have our org pay to improve the KConfig stuff, because we're going to be using it for the panel and a bunch of other stuff. I don't know if you're interested, but you know, you improved all the Kirigami docs, so just trying to throw a little bit more incentive your way if you're interested. So we create a watcher, and then we have this on config change notification, which isn't even documented in this. We have a create, and then that's it. So Thunk. Okay, I'll let you thunk about it. Have big thunk. So we're gonna have our mconfig watcher. KConfig watcher. Mconfig watcher. Let's pull that in. Include KConfig watcher. Plus, I think it'd be kind of cool, like Buddies of Budgie sponsoring some KDE work. I mean, I was also the guy that pissed off a bunch of people that by submitting the the change proposal, which wasn't an April Fool's, to be extremely clear, to make Plasma the default. But the end goal is fantastic, right? I mean, it got better recognition for Fedora KDE. It's like actually on the same level as Workstation. Do I need to do new? So how do I use this? Create with const mconfig. No overload for equals. Oh, this is probably returning a... This is returning a pointer, that's why. So where it ends up, quote-unquote, overloading. There we go. Yeah, that's more like it. All right. And then we need to hook it up, so... connect... the... What was it? It's like on something. On change notify. Mconfig watcher. KConfig watcher ::on. KConfig watcher. Oh, it's a... I forgot, it's like a pointer to it. It's like this, I think. Now we needed to turn Fedora GNOME into a spin. Yeah, I don't think that would quite fly. What am I doing wrong here? To avoid. Oh, okay. So it's looking for session bus connect the path. KConfig notify, it then has the slot for this. So actually, let me take a look at... I'm doing this wrong. So it should reload, right? Oh, of course it's reloading like, it's not defined. So, because we're doing it down here. Yeah, so naturally that wouldn't work. So I mean, I could just copy what they're doing. But let me see if the KConfig... No, I want to do it on this one. KConfig watcher. Header. Config changed. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. And then we want to have mconfig... with its, which is config refresh keybinds. Ensure that whenever our config changes, we refresh our keybinds. Let's see. Mconfig address. Signal receiver member. Should be right. Oh my god. My brain. this. Yeah, that should be right. Oh, I might not have it defined as a slot. Refresh. No, I have this. I was calling the wrong thing. This should work now. But of course, I don't actually have it implemented. Slot. Config changed. Public queue slots. And then we have config changed. We need to actually implement it. Void config : config changed. Const. It's not actually const though. Refresh keybinds. I mean, surely I could just make. Hold on, let me go back. Refresh keybinds. Because this could just be called directly. So why wouldn't I do that? Notify. I do need a signal though. Queue signals. Void config changed. This bothers me compared to that. Config changed is just a thing here. This needs to be refresh keybinds. And emit. Emit config. All right. Let's see if that works. We're going to go back to streaming more frequently here. Yeah, that's the goal, of course. You know, we'll see how it pans out long term, but the point of getting a dedicated streaming PC was to, well, streamline the process of streaming. I have a fixed setup. You know, I just boot up the PC, and typically it's booted up anyways because I thought the music was over. I just boot it up, but it's typically booted up anyways for the Elgato stuff because I have the USB-C connector going to the Elgato thing. I'm actually going to do a write-up on my website about all this stuff. So it's treated more as an appliance, right? Production appliance. Makes it easier and also reduces the risk of, like, you know, I blow up my session or something. It doesn't blow up the stream. There's still some work that needs to be done on that front, but at the very least, the stream will technically continue. Just the mic inputs and stuff are a little bit wonky because it'll be applied prior. The TLDR, yes. Let's see, no matching call function, refresh keybinds. Let's do connect again. Let's look at a simpler one here. Configuration applied. I don't even think it needs to be that. So we have the pointer. For config change, we had this, and then we have keybinds. Refresh keybinds. This should be it's a signal. I was right. It still doesn't seem right. Take a look at another instance of my connect usage. You have instance. I don't think it's that. Ah, right, data, of course. Because it's the pointer to it. It's still failing for refresh keybinds, first defined here. This should be here. Refresh keybinds. Yeah, let's delete that there. Still failing on the static. Multiple definitions of refresh keybinds is there. I mean, there's this and this. Definitely not. We'll change this. Task setup and task build. Undefined reference to config changed. Alright, so now it's complaining about that. Even though it's here. Let's just delete that. No. Oh, that's what's complaining about the mock. There we go. Alright. What the fuck? Alright, you know what, we're just gonna delete this. And delete it in here. You named it Q slots. Not Q signal. Oh. Notify. I feel like this should be the slot, right? Yeah. The naming of it's always like a little bit weird to me because I come from like the mentality of like a callback, you know, as something and. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. Control-Shift-K. Oh, Control-Shift-K, task run. All right. We have Control-Alt-B. That launches that. I will expect Control-Alt-K to launch Kitty, which it does. All right. And now it's like la-di-da-di-da. It's 2026 at some point. I am the reverse. I never learned. Fair enough. Now we're gonna do something else. So we're gonna do console as control plus alt plus W open console. Like so. Now, in theory, if I do Control Alt W, or did I do uppercase W? No. W. All right, so it is not working yet. All right. The config changed. Let's have like just a basic thing here of void on config changed. Just so I could add some logging here. Void changed q debug config changed. We should reread our keybinds now, and then refresh keybinds. All right, we do that. We saved it. We got nothing. Am I missing something? I bet I'm missing something on the watcher though. Not sure. So we create it. That creates a new KConfig pointer to a new KConfig watcher of the config. Configs in KDE send debus signals. They, however, do not watch the for file changes. Oh, is that right? I see. So I'd have to use like the Q file monitor then. Oh, sorry, Q file system watcher. So when the file changes, then we would want to trigger our refresh keybinds. I wonder, would we have to fully recreate our K shared config? So you need the config change call or intended config watching at least, or something like that. Right. Oh yeah, because wasn't it that I can do... Let me just pull this out. Let's see. Config changed. Was there a way? I mean, I guess I could probably just... Because they have a thing for rereading it. Or can I just do mconfig? I'd take a look at the thing again. If I could find it. Here. So they have their on config change notification. just the hashes, and then it performs a reparse. Oh yeah, I could just call reparse. That would work. Because they do all their group stuff. But if I call a reparse, like I have a queue file monitor, and then on the config file change to call a reparse, that would work. And then have it refresh keybinds. We'll do that. Let's add a system. So that the K file watcher, I'll leave it for now, but I'm not entirely sure it's going to be that useful. But if we start leveraging other aspects of it where we're doing dbus calls, just to align with the usage of KConfig, then the plumbing will already be there in the compositor. So I don't really see a reason to rip it out yet. We'll just add a file watcher on this. So we're going to do config. We'll rename this to KConfig watcher though. Mconfig no, that's too much. That's too much. There are limits, damn it. Q file system watcher. This, well, let's include that. Include Q file system watcher. M file system watcher. I don't think this really needs to be to M config file watcher. So we have this, we have the Magpie RC. We're gonna have to construct a path now. So we'll do auto Magpie RC path. Is it gonna be that oh, key path is a thing. Oh, that's not helpful. All right. So this takes a list of paths. You can add a path, which is just a string. So we're gonna do that as a join. A list of Q standard paths, colon, config location, Budgie desktop, and Magpie RC dot join by Q. I'm gonna hope it's Q standard paths that they have a separator bit. Paths separator. Does Budgie have a search thing like our K runner? I mean, we do have one. It's probably not what you're seeing here, but if I do Alt F2, we have one where we have just, you know, that. But that's not what you were seeing. You were probably seeing this from Zed, maybe? I don't know. I don't know, friend. I want to say Arcadia Control F. Accent color from wallpaper. Gotcha. I feel like there is like a separator defined in, maybe it's like qdir separator. I bet it's here, sep. It's gonna be like a constant or something. Yeah, qdir separator. I mean, I don't expect the separator to change because everyone would riot, but might as well. Hopefully you don't exhaust file system watchers. Well, I'm only gonna be, you know, doing it for one thing, so hopefully it'll be okay. Q shared. Q list. No constructor. Oh, it's probably just because. Do that, and then we're doing a join immediately. Let's do this. Really? Fine. No, stop it. No matching instructor for initialization, aka queue list. Oh, yeah, that's cuz this is a value of 13. And I don't know about you, but 13 is not a string. 13 is in fact a number. So it is going to be probably display name is what I think I saw here. Yeah. We need to do queue standard paths. Display name. Oh, there we go. Well, 13 can be, I mean, technically, yes, if I was to convert queue string of the standard paths, but then I would be asking for the path to be 13/Budgie desktop Magpie RC. We'll do it here. And we're gonna do a new queue share. I'll do a new file system monitor or file system watcher. Queue file system watcher. Well, wouldn't be surprised if the IO file watcher cap is why Katie didn't just check file modifications and configuration settings module. So I'm going to do paths of a queue string list. So I need another one, another queue string list of Magpie RC. So this will be our watcher. Auto watcher is equal to this. Let's move these. Leaving, yeah, have a good one, bud. Have a good rest of your weekend. I do queue shared pointer. A watcher. Deduction should be a queue file system monitor. There we go. All right, so we have that, and then we need to listen on this signal. So we'll do that at the end here. Connect mconfig file watcher dot data queue file system watcher : it's going to be file changed this config, and we're going to call on config like so. Let's see this. There we go. All right, let's see if that works. Task run. All right, so I'm going to expect, if I look at my config. Oh, shit. Wow. I can't spoil it for myself. I have to close this first, and then I have to delete this and save it. I just have to. I can't know. It's gonna spoil the magic. All right. So Control-Alt-W should not do anything. It doesn't. Now, if I revert and I save, let's see. You didn't get anything. What? Come on. Oh, actually, no, this is my fault as well. We changed the path. Magpie RC, we need to go into Budgie desktop now. And it's not there. I get the feeling this path is wrong. Qtpug, Magpie RC path. Let's see. I think I'm probably using the wrong directory, if I had to guess. Control Shift K. All right. If I scroll all the way up, adding keyless configuration. What the fuck is config? Okay. Yeah, it's an easy fix. We got it. RM. Where even is configuration being? Is it ls configuration? No, I have no idea where it's trying to create that. All right, that's okay. I kind of figured if that file didn't exist, we're choosing the wrong thing here. Let's look for .config. Config location. No, it should be that. Display name. Oh, it's display name, not I'm using display name, which means it's probably just saying it, reporting as configuration or some shit. But what is the actual? Is it locate? Standard path, standard locations, writable location. Aha. This. I'm making an assumption here. I'm actually going to note to do Josh Strobl. This is making an assumption about writable location that we have received a path. In reality, it can also be empty if the config location is not writable. If it doesn't exist as well. Right. But let's just we add it as a note. So now if I do task run, I scroll all the way up. Let's see. Home Joshua.config, Budgie desktop, Magpie RC. All right. So now if I go over to it, it's not writing it out immediately. It's because, well, we don't have any defaults. So if I micro Magpie RC and I keybinds and I add Firefox, and it will do Control plus Alt plus, we'll do Control left, Alt left, and we'll do B for browser. We're gonna do, oh, what did I actually do with it? This is the problem with any. You got to remember what the order is. We call open Firefox and then Firefox. So if I save this, we're still not getting anything. But if I do Control B, does it work? No. Is it because the file didn't exist at the time? That might have been it, actually. Because if I restart it, I bet it's gonna work. Because I can't exactly watch for a file that doesn't exist. If I do kitty equals, I mean, that's by assumption, anyway. Control left, Alt left, K, open, kitty. Oh, is that new? Yes. Control K. Come on. We have something here. We had a good thing going, you know? Why are you messing with my what? Hold on. That's Control Shift K this. But we're just gonna save it again. Kitty equals blah blah blah, open kitty, yeah. Adding open Firefox. Oh. I bet it's this. I know why. This would help. All right, let's cut that, save that, rebuild, rerun. So now we're gonna have Firefox, right? We don't have Kitty because it's not saved. We add it like so. We save it. Open Kitty has been added. Now if I do Control K, there we go. There we go. All right. Now we're cooking. That's more like it. It's ugly, but it works. Nice. But I mean, that's a good start to things, right? Because that means we could just start shoving as much stuff in we want. We can make it dynamic, but what we need to do before we screw ourselves over here is we need to make sure we write that file, right? So now I need to make it beautiful. Exactly. I need to, at worst, could just make it a module, I guess. Yeah. We have this. The open, I just want to create it. You know? That's all I want to do. The file change notify and settings reloading part. Well, I don't expect that this is going to be like... I know, like, for a lot of compositors, they follow the model of a very basic compositor by default, and then you enable a lot of things to build it out as you like. I'm not sure Magpie is going to be like that. There may be elements of it. I could see kiosk mode maybe being a module that's like enabled by default, but I think a lot of this is sort of sane defaults territory, and I think having a config file that is able to be updated dynamically by other parts of the system, which is the intent here, is sort of a no-brainer to have enabled by default. We'll see. I'm not shooting down the idea of modules entirely. I'm just not sure if the file notify stuff itself would be, you know? Just thinking ahead to Budgie. Yeah, like, yeah. I'm trying to think at a compositor level, what would you... Let's see. Because you might not be entirely off. If I'm thinking about it from the perspective of, like, other shells implementing it, where you may just want to be able to set a fixed config from, like, a vendor directory. And then... yeah. Also, it's worth noting the thing that I'm doing is always having it be read from a particular thing, which means it's going to kind of mess with... it's going to mess with the other paths, like the vendor paths. So I need to fix that. But let's first actually make sure this file gets written out automatically when it doesn't exist. So we'll do checking for... we'll do auto file equals new Q file of the Magpie RC path. And if file exists, or if the file doesn't exist, then we want to basically just create it. File and have logic actually using the buffer stuff, but let me check. Desktop services, right. Yeah, here we are. So we open it, we just create a Q text stream. Write only in text. That's not what we want, and then we close it. Handles the XDG layering for config files for you. But yeah, detecting file writes. That'd be your side. Yeah. Yeah, the vendor part, but I need to double check the documentation to make sure that by me specifying a full path, I'm not messing up that vendor stuff. Like if I specify the config location, Budgie desktop, Magpie RC, I would really like it where KConfig is also capable then of reading from like Etsy, Budgie desktop, Magpie RC, or user share Budgie, you know, like all the various vendor configurations. So I need to double check that by me specifying this path that I didn't just ball something up. Now what I probably could do is, let's see, although it probably actually shouldn't see config writes beyond home. That way a Magpie update removing a value doesn't mess with the existing. That's very true. Because if I check KConfig base, there's a KConfig core. So we do KConfig, what the frick is it called? K-shared config. So this then inherits from KConfig. We have the name, we have location type. But do we have information on, maybe it's in KConfig base, where it's reading from? That might be another reason why it doesn't do file watches. Yeah, probably. Read defaults, open flags. You specify the file with the standard paths. If it's an absolute path, stored. Otherwise, I'll look it up from this by type. Yeah, because that was the thing. Like before, it was just dumping it directly into the config location, and I wanted it to be modified anyways. It would be nice to be able to say, hey, read it from this standard location and this subdirectory for this file name. The user doesn't have a config value, and an update removes the value. When it's time to reread the config file and all XDG paths, there's suddenly no value. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Like if I was to get a package transaction that comes in, it updates the vendor config, the user doesn't have a config, it reads it from the vendor one, suddenly you're running a version of Magpie that is expecting a particular value or particular configuration format that doesn't exist. It rereads it, blows up. That's not good. But for now, let's just get this working. It's Q text stream of config file. Q text stream of file. Oh wait, no, it's literally just a stream of that. We do point it to the file. Q text stream. Config file here is a Q file. Like so. If the file doesn't exist, then we basically do nothing in this stream, and then we just close the file, I would expect. Let's see if that works. I kind of doubt it. I feel like I need to write something to it, but we'll find out. All right. Keybinds like so. Let's copy those. RM Magpie RC. And then if I rerun it, ls, we don't have it. So I might need to actually dump something into it, like an empty string or a new line character actually. Stream, we'll do what is expecting. String. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, actually, never mind. Assuming the fallback hard-coded KConfig are loaded into memory. Right. Well, that is bridge we will cross when we get to it. Oh, the files, yeah, I guess we're not opening it. We only need to open it to file dot open QIO device write only and accept basically the text type. Open the file if file dot exists. Open the file. It doesn't exist. All right, so we run it. Now we check. We have a Magpie RC. I modify it. I add these back. I save. I go back here. It added them. Voila. So at the very least, if it's in your home directory, that works. Doesn't quite do the magic for the vendor one. But right now, this is only looking for the Q standard paths, the writable location, which is in this case, well, in this case, I'm running as a user. So it remains to be seen when it's ran as a system service, what'll happen. If it's ran as system service, of course. I really like them all be systemd user scoped. We would want to have fallbacks in that case. So we could, the 80s synth playlist ended again. Probably a good sign to end soon, but I'll do it where it's... I'm just trying to think of the most ergonomic way of ensuring we support. So the KConfig stuff, that's fine. Like, I could just specify that as... if the file exists, we want to use the exact paths. If it doesn't... oh shit, what do I want to do here? This is a bit tricky when it comes to this. It wouldn't be so tricky if it wasn't for the fact that their open config doesn't allow you to specify a subdirectory. So you're kind of left with having to specify a having to specify a full path. I do know that you could specify as like the application path and that kind of thing. Allows home, I think KConfig allows home folder only for configs. I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest. Because you specify like the file name and then you specify a Q standard path. So if I specified this as config location, this would resolve to like the users.config or like some Etsy thing, right? However, I would still want there to be a supplemental subdirectory in that, which would then contain the RC file. As in only reading .config, no, you could specify, it supports any Q standard path. So all these different standard locations it can read from. And then you could just specify like a full path as well, which is this one here by file name. So it says if an absolute path is specified for file name, that file will be used as the store for the configuration settings. If a non-absolute path is provided, so this would be like just Magpie RC, the file will be looked for in the standard state directory, Q standard paths generic state location. So there's that, but of course you could specify const as the file name here and then have an open flag as the thing and then a standard location. So you could even override that. So this is if you only specified the file name, it would do generic state location. But you could override that with this type because they have multiple constructors. File name, the configuration file to open. If empty, it will be determined automatically from the application name plus state RC. So mine would be org buddies of Budgie Magpie state RC, which is, I'm sure you and I could agree, not great. Now, of course, I could just name the thing Magpie and problem would be solved, right? And we could say screw it to revdns. But that wouldn't fix it for the standard paths unless I specified one that was related to the application's location. But would that be app data? But I feel like that would still be like .config Magpie and then Magpie RC, which isn't what I want. I want to centralize everything in Budgie desktop. I know that's a very niche case and most people are like, just chuck it in .config. But I'm the kind of person where I just want to copy a directory and I know that directory contains everything I need related to my Budgie desktop setup, like in the context of 11, right? This is app root, whatever. Files. This would be like .config app name. So it would shove it in. Of course, I could name the app Budgie desktop, but that's also not great. So I think for now, I'm just going to have to stick with this Magpie RC. And if it doesn't exist, I don't quite know yet what I'll do. I can have fallback logic to open up the config from vendor provided ones if that file doesn't exist. That's also an option. And then on write out, it would write it somewhere else. You could have a system where it doesn't do that, but we have a separate configuration tool where that config tool would check if the file exists. And if it doesn't, it copies it from the vendor provided one into the user's home directory, into their appropriate place. At which case, then the config logic for Magpie would work. but that would only be on reload of Magpie on Magpie. Because I don't want to have something constantly going in the background that's just like, does that file exist yet? No, okay. Does that file exist yet? No, all right then. Well, what about this file? Does it exist? No, shit. All right, well, I'll wait again. I mean, I understand that's literally what a notify thing is, but the notify at least makes it where the file has to exist. But I think this is good. We have the keybinds at least. Get the code cleaned up, get it pushed to the Magpie repo. I think that'll be good. I didn't quite get to like, so with the config XT, I'd really like to have all this be generated with the schema. I'm gonna ask in one of the KDE development channels about this, if anyone has any experience with this. Of being able to like define a custom parser or something. I feel like that might be out of the scope of XT, but we'll see. Because then, if we get to do that, I could write like a little bit of a library for it. And then that lib magpie config library could then be leveraged in like a configuration panel to manipulate the various interfaces and have an understanding of what the respective type is, what the enum types are, etc. But right now, as it stands, we can read the config, but we don't actually have any knowledge of what keybinds is. I could just throw anything in that keybinds thing, and it will try to read it as our keybinds and blow up, which isn't great. Check Plasma Mobile Env Manager. Sure, I'll do that. Plasma Mobile Env Manager. Env Manager. They split some settings into a prefixed config. Oh, did they? Plasma Mobile KDE. Oh shit! Simple. Did they actually just hold on? But they have this. Oh, you could literally just specify it with the slash, and it's smart enough. That needs to be in the documentation. That if you just like, oh man, that would solve it for me. You know. Thank you for that shout. That actually completely solves it. It was a recent-ish thing to be. Oh man, that's so good. So what I could do, we're not gonna stop yet. We have to do this. So it's gonna be the writable location for config location here. I still need that path. I think that would only solve it. I still need to find out from this what the actual directory is, right? Let me take a look at what KConfig does under the hood related to this. If I could find the thing here. KConfig. Do kshared. Kshared config. The constructor of that is going to end up calling to open config with the file name. So it then is checking if the qstring file name is empty, okay, which it isn't. Was test mode config global config list. So it checks. Let's see. Returns a kconfig pointer for oh, so is it not checking if global config list? So it just iterates through them. and then creates a new one. File name is empty. And res type is the generic one. Create the main config. Read only. User home unwritable, right, okay. State RC. I want to see if they have a way. So they define main config as file name here. Let's see. Not a generic thing yet, but doubt there will be any opposition to make it more general. That's why I stress. Yeah, but for in my particular case, the thing I wanted to do can be achieved by just doing Budgie, or should be able to just be achieved by doing Budgie desktop /. So the rest of it I don't care about. Like, all I wanted to do was the subdirectory thing. So if I do this, read it by file name, global shared config, config list append. So this global shared config appends this thing. And we have config list, which is defined as a queue list of k shared ones. Let's see if I could check. I would just really like a function, see, inherited by KConfig. Because you specify like the file and the path. Is this the returns this pass to constructor? That's not helpful to me. Get the name of the file, that's not helpful. Read defaults, blah blah. Now what I could do, actually, have just the config read from whatever, and then we only have our file watcher do its thing if the one in the home directory works. But that, I think actually that would be fine. Because like if you're changing the vendor config, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that the process has to restart. See. So let's see if I could actually get this working. So we just want it to be Budgie desktop / Magpie RC, and it's going to be config location like so. So we'll keep this if the file exists. So let's grab all of this. So we have our file watcher thing, right? So we're going to do checking for this file. If the file exists, if the file exists, watch it for changes. Oh, we need to do full config here. That's what I KConfig open flags. We full config. And then if the file exists, then we do all this. And then we connect on file change. This we don't actually have to worry about anymore. Right. Budgie desktop, Magpie RC. Full config at that location. All right. Task build. Right. Let's Control C all this. We're gonna RM Magpie RC. Now my expectation is when I start this, that we are not going to have anything in it. But of course the problem is then if we then create it for them, we're not watching on it. Well, let's see what happens. Right. Watching absolute paths is not supported. Oh. What didn't we see here? Hold on. To overlay your own configs. Hey, no. K shared config. It opens the config. Simple config. Is it using some sort of is it because we're passing this? Another day at Budgie limit of exactly, yeah. What does it do then? I go all the way up to it. Then I ls again. Where the fuck is it storing it then? I'm not sure what this simple config instead of full config. Yeah, let's see what the difference is between those. KConfig. Let's go back to the K-shared config. Open flags. Simple config, just a file. Full config, which is full-fledged config, includes globals and cascading to system settings. If cascade config is selected, system-wide configuration sources are used to provide defaults for settings accessed through this object, or possible to override those settings in certain cases. Yeah, so this is like you could specify, like if I was to specify Budgie desktop Magpie RC, it would pull from a vendor configuration, and then it would overlay on top of that, or my assumption is based off this, it would overlay on top of that the end user one. Whereas the simple one doesn't seem to do that. At least that's my assumption, based off the documentation anyways. But I'm a bit curious why they're specifying it. I mean, actually, we'll do this. This is probably why. We don't have any content, so it's probably not going to write anything. So if I just do this, and then I check. Yep, okay. So it does actually point it to that. So all along, thanks to you, by the way, we found out about this env manager thing from Plasma Mobile, so you could just literally put the directory into the thing. So that is good to know. That also means, in theory, because we performed the refresh keybinds, we wrote it, which also means in the file thing is working. So if I do kitty here is control plus alt plus K, open kitty, I should be able to, yeah, I see new text here, which means it probably triggered. Control K, yeah. Settings apply mobile, so that's why they use simple config instead. All right, they apply the default values onto the user file. Ah, okay, right. Yes, that would make sense for the, I guess, if the file doesn't exist, they just apply it immediately over, so you have it locally. Whereas, at least in my case, I would want to have it only use the user one if the user one exists. So, yeah, all right, that works. That works dynamically as well, which is great because obviously if this wasn't running in the user context, it wouldn't have automatically created that file. I mean, it also wouldn't have automatically created it because I dumped this thing in, right? Are you gluing Mir config to KConfig? I haven't glued any Mir config stuff in, but I do have it where my KConfig stuff then creates a custom keybind. So we iterate over our keybinds group, and for each one of those, we get a keybind. And for each one of those keybinds, I have a custom Mir input event modifier, although it was mentioned that actually there's a Q key sequence. So actually I might be able to use that instead. But regardless, I convert the Mir event to this Mir one. I have a bunch of funny business related to like UTF-8 stuff and converting key sims and yada yada. And also reversing things because the bitwise operator will report control alt as alt control, so I have to reverse them by the integer values, and that way you have the same order. There's a bunch of stuff I do behind the scenes with my Mir event modifier. And then, so we finally get all of our keybinds and we perform our key press, we match all those, and then we execute in our new queue process, which grabs stuff from the system environment and launches the application. So end to end, we can start with nothing, right? So just Mir, and we have our config, and we can launch stuff. So mission accomplished in a way, but it's not leveraging KConfig XT, which is a little frustrating. But yeah, I think that's probably good, to be honest, for now. I have a chirp I gotta write And I gotta actually, let's see. Let's finally see. If I go to studio, has it processed or is it still pending? My video is still pending. My re-upload of yesterday's VOD is still marked as pending. It hasn't processed the HD or SD. YouTube. Right. I'll have to mess around with that. But good progress, right? For a couple days, a lot of fumbling about, a lot of learnings. We could get KConfig XT later. Exactly. Yeah. I would say KConfig XT is really important though, because once we start doing the schema stuff and generating these interfaces, we want to export those interfaces so they can be consumed by other things in Budgie, like a control panel. But for now, this isn't too shabby. We could have KConfig XT at home. Exactly. Yeah. Lots of debugging that I got to clean up. Well, maybe. I mean, some of this probably like this shenanigans, you know. Like I could just delete these. Let's do that. You know, let's end it on a high note, which is cleaning up the code and committing it. So we don't need any of this stuff. We have all that. Let's check for QDebug in here. There's nothing, which is good. If it exists, we continue. Having QDebug for that's useful. We have this, that's useful as well. QDebug, that's all useful. Checking for this, yeah, I think that's useful. Keybind bit, adding keybind modifier, adding this to the key. I think that's all useful as well for debug. Let's change this to match detected. Which is good. Match detected. We'll do launching. And I'll put this above the actual launch thing. Keybind. Get name. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Rip this out. Number keybinds in our list. We don't need to log that, I don't think. Checking against modifier. Oh yeah, we had this fun thing as well. That's all good. If it's not a down event. Match detected, we got that. Running in separate thread. I think that's probably okay. Let's see what the end result is. If I task build. And task run. Of course, we have a bunch of the Mir stuff, which is totally fine. Add key modifier control. Oh, yeah, let's strip those out. Add key modifier. What? Hold on. Task build. I might have been looking at the wrong scroll buffer. Let's do that again. Add. Oh, it's adding key. Adding key modifier. It's this. Adding key modifier. That could be deleted. Adding blank to modifiers. Let's rip that out. Rip that out. Rip that out. All right. task build. Task run. Now, control key is now already set. Adding open kitty with control left alt. That's also a thing. Is I'm being explicit about like these control left, alt left things because it makes it easier to like the keys makes it easier to map them. Because Mir will report both control and like if I pressed left control, it reports as control and control left. If I do right, it reports as, I mean, that makes sense, but for me, I want to be explicit about it. So I'm going to do control left, alt left, and lowercase b for browser. Because I don't have like the XF86 thing, right? So it's just, I'm hard coding it to launch Firefox, all right? And if you don't like it, tough shit. Adding queue list for the file system watcher. Yep. And then if I do this, control alt, checking against modifier. Let's rip that out. There. No. Well, we'll just do that. Control alt B. Control help if I was pressing the right key. Let's do this. Task build. That's RM Magpie RC from here. Control Shift K, task run. Control Alt B. Match detected, launching open Firefox. Yep. And we have Firefox here. And if I go to buddiesofbudgie.org, you can see we have a website here for Buddies of Budgie. And if you like what we do and you're a big fan of Budgie and you know you're watching this somehow at the end of the stream and you really want to get involved or throw some money our way, that certainly would be welcome. You could go ahead and click this donate button over here and go to our Open Collective, which is opencollective.com/buddiesofbudgie. And that money will be put to good use. For example, this streaming PC that I'm able to stream all this development from without having to worry about things blowing up and crashing, generally speaking, of course, was fortunately paid for through the Open Collective. And we could see we have a lot of generous donators as well. And of course, all of our CI/CD and custom forge is all powered by infrastructure that is paid for by our Open Collective as well. So, for example, I could go over to our SourceForge here. Or not SourceForge, oh my god, can you imagine that? Our GitForge. Thankfully, it's not a SourceForge. Our GitForge, which is our own instance of Forge.io. And you can see we have some cool stuff here. The site, this Magpie, which is based off Mir, our Budgie shell and Budgie desktop services. And everything related to Budgie 11 will be developed here. And of course, all the old crummy Budgie 10 stuff is on GitHub. But with all their AI stuff, it's too much for me. So we're no longer going to be using GitHub. So yeah, that's does somebody still use SourceForge? I hope not. I hope nobody in 2026 is using SourceForge. And if they are, I hope they make it a New Year's resolution for 2027 to switch away. But that is going to be it for me. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm going to go work on writing up a chirp with all the latest news and happenings in the Budgieverse, particularly the fact that we just yesterday, if you can believe it, released Budgie 10.10.1. It's already in Fedora. And I would like to think that it'll be coming to Arch soon. 10.10.0 was just released to it. So hopefully 10.10.1 will be right around the corner for good old Arch folks. And I'll talk about Magpie stuff, of course, all the things that we progressed with, and see if there's any updates from the rest of the team. So that's going to be it. I hope you all have a lovely one, and keep an eye on my Mastodon. It's me at joshuastrobl.social. Feel free to subscribe to the YouTube and so on. And then I will catch you on the next one. So keep an eye out for more streams in the future. And bye-bye.